Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I made it back from Northern Virginia. I went to the Northern Virginia Retro Computing Meetup at the Chantilly Library on Sunday, and yes, I came back with goodies, so we will take a look at those. I have one item that you all have sent me, which I'm holding until that person appears in the chat, and then we will get on with the Adventures with Doom. Let's see here, who do we have in the chat? We have Francois. Hi, Francois. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have RetroTech Chris. Hi, Chris. And we have Gutbomb. Oh, that Gutbomb was the person I was waiting for in the chat. So let's see here, channel announcements. Well, I got the goal for December supplies, links in the description. And we will go to things you all have sent me. I can find the button. Unfortunately, I do not have any regrets tonight, because that would require them to arrive, so I can't show off my new improved Wheel of Regrets animation. As Jeremy redid the audio track, and then I tweaked the video part of it just a little bit. Anyways, so we have this mystery package here from Gutbomb. And inside we have pink bubble wrap. RetroTech Chris says, I'll be watching and installing OS 2 on a compact LTE 5400. I should have known a compact would be in there somewhere. All right, and inside we have a SidKick Pico board. Excellent. So Jason sent this to me so I can replace the missing SID in my Commodore 128. I'll just have to build this up. And we have some we got a DB9 and a DB25 and a RJ45 to Serial, it looks like. Jason says, okay, so the goodies. Yes, Jason said he had a tale for me. So anyways, I will let Jason tell the tale in the chat. And then we'll get to the things I picked up this weekend. Gutbomb says, I had a pile of stuff on my shelf that was my outgoing stuff. I forgot who the rest of the stuff was for, so I just sent it all to me. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think these... I can't remember if you were going to send these my way or not, so... Oh, Gutbomb says, then I remembered who the serial headers were for. Well, if you let... Oh, Tom Barber doesn't need them anymore, so enjoy. All right, thank you. These will come in handy for computer projects. I knew what you meant, Gutbomb. Auto incorrect does us an injustice. All right, so let's get on to the items I picked up. So I on the way to the retro computing meetup, I went to Herndon because, okay, we'll have to rewind to, I think it was last Monday. I happened to be scrolling Twitter, or X, whatever their name of the week is. And Chris had posted a snapshot of a Facebook Marketplace item. It was like, I don't need another AT case, but... Chris says, I'm good friends with yesterday, Barber. Gutbomb says, I prefer today, Barber. Anyway, so Chris posts this picture of an AT case. As, like, I don't really need another AT case, but it's nearby, so maybe I'll pick it up. And seeing where it was, I replied back, well, if you don't get it, I am, because I knew I was going to be in the area within the week. So, Chris sends me a text later that morning, is like, well, if you want to go for it first, have at it. So I reached out to the seller and said I'm interested, and I'll be in the area Sunday, and he was like, okay, that's cool. I'll hold it for you. Which, right there, was incredibly kind, because I know a lot of Facebook Marketplace sellers want to, if they got it listed, they want to get rid of it, and they don't really want to hold it for a week. Especially not for someone that lives, like, an hour and a half away from where he, actually, at that point, maybe closer to 2 hours away from where he lives. But anyways, he held it for me. He's like, if your plans change, just let me know. So anyways, Sunday, I'm driving up. I sent him the message, hey, I'm probably going to be in your area about noon. Let me know where, give me an address, and next chance I get to pull over, I'll punch it in and give you an updated ETA. So he's like, okay, here's the address to meet me at. By the way, I've got some other goodies. Are you interested in any of them? So I picked up a total of 3 items, not the one item I'd planned to pick up. So the first item I am not carrying down to the basement until I have the video card to test it, because he had an Apple 2-page display. And it's close to 70 pounds heavy, so it's parking upstairs until I have a video card to test it, because I don't have a video card for it. The second item is on the bench now, and then we will get to the 486. So I will say the 486 was listed at $25. I will reveal how much I paid for all 3 items once we take a look at the 2 items that I felt like carrying downstairs tonight. Because I can't test the monitor, so I didn't feel like carrying it downstairs. So, what we have here, and for those of you that are on the Macintosh Friends Discord, you will know that we had a little revelation that I will have to reveal on stream, but as it was described, it was a Power Macintosh 7275 that apparently either a Carlos owned, or the name of the computer was Carlos. I don't know which. Possibly someone named Carlos named their computer Carlos, so whatever. Not too worried about their IP address being on the front, because if you're a networking person, you'll know non-routable IP address, so not worried there. Anyways, so he powered it up for me. Hey, Ian. Well, you got Ian Scott in the chat, so I'm leaking Carlos's IP address. Yeah. 192 addresses aren't routable, so yeah. Yeah, Sadmax says, yeah, that's a local IP law. Yeah. Anyways, so he powered this computer up for me so I could see what it was doing, and it does chime, but then you get a white screen, and then if you wait long enough, you start to see pink lines and swirls on the screen. And that's all it does. He did tell me the hard drive's been pulled. I don't know what's wrong with it. Anyways, he asked if I wanted to see the inside of it at his place, and I was like, no, I'm going to save it for the surprise. But I will admit, when I got home, I realized, I don't know when I'm going to get to this. It'll probably be Tuesday, but I'd probably better check it for the presence of a battery. And, well, let's just go ahead and reveal what I found inside, because you'll probably quickly figure out something is amiss based on what the cover says. But anyways, first of all, we have these wonderful spindler plastics inside of it. Yes, the power switch is broken, so I had to 3D print one. Oh, hey, Garth, welcome. Oh, and Francois is actually in the chat. And we got Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike, and Francois and Garth. Yeah, for those of you just joining, I'm going through my pickups. I've already admitted I picked up an Apple II-page display, but I wasn't going to carry it downstairs because I don't have the video card for it. And if anyone saw someone picked up a Radius 2-page video card, they got it before I could buy it. So, I don't really want to pay the price on the Apple ones that are on eBay right now. But anyway, so I already opened this because I wanted to check for the presence of a battery. Spindler plastics have struck again. But anyways, if you're catching up, you'll hear the reveal. Anyways, so I opened it up, and to my relief, there is no battery inside. But let's just see. I'll give folks a moment, especially the Mac knowledgeable folks. I'll give you all a moment to ponder what you see before I reveal the couple of things I've noticed. Garth has already noticed one thing. Yes, Garth, I need VRAM because that's problem number one with the system. There's no VRAM at all in it. So, it'd be nice if I could have put all 4 megabytes in it, but heck, 2 is better than 0. Because, yep, that's problem number one. There's no VRAM in the system, so actually, that's probably why it gives a white screen. It does have a DIMM in it, at least 16 megabytes, but at least there is a DIMM, no VRAM. But the other thing is, notice the processor. This is not a 7200 because the 7200 does not use a processor card. This is a 7500 because that is the 601 processor card. So that's actually better than I thought it was. Because the 7500, you can upgrade it simply by swapping the processor card. The 7200, you got to use some funky PCI upgrade card. So, score one there. So yeah, this is, I believe, a 7500. And we have Trina. Hi, Trina. Welcome. Yeah, so anyways, back in the day, I had a 7500 or a 7600. I don't remember which one it was. The two machines they use the same logic board. The only difference is the 7500s came with the 601. The 7600 came with the 604. So, yeah, Gutbum says that's 300 better. Yeah. So anyways, I had one of these back in 2003 for a brief amount of time. So I've actually already gone on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. And let's just say that I managed to find an upgrade almost like one I also had back in the day for my 7500 or 7600, and it should be on the way. Oh, we have 17 watching and only 5 likes. Yeah, smash that like button so that I know that you like it when I try to relive the computers I used to own, even if it was brief. Because I didn't own the 75 or 7600 very long. Unfortunately, I I didn't keep the email where I bought it for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's because I printed it out and threw away the paperwork. And I didn't keep the paperwork from where I sold it. So I don't remember if it was a 7500 or a 7600. But I do know what the processor upgrade I had in it is, because I still have the email from where I bought it and where I sold it. And for anyone wondering, yes, that was on eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. And if anyone's wondering, I've already done the numbers. Adjusted for inflation, the processor card I bought in 2003 would have cost, if I'd paid as much as I did back then, it would have only cost $66 today. And to rebuy it, it was $100. So I guess I didn't do too bad. But anyways, more on that later. Gutbomb says, I'm going to have a 7600 in a 7500 in a 7200. Well, you're assuming one thing about that, Gutbomb, and that is that the upgrade card was a 604 processor upgrade card. But anyways, so there's no sense in me testing this because there's no VRAM in it, and I don't have a PCI video card, so all you're going to see is a white screen that will eventually have pink lines and swirlies on it, so. Gutbomb says, I think I know what upgrade card you bought based on the price you just quoted, yeah. Trina's asking if I have a blue SCSI for this computer. Yes, I do. I have like a box of like 5 or 6 blue SCSIs that I built and aren't in computers, so I will have a blue SCSI for this computer. But if I did not, I could go to jcm-1.com and buy me a blue SCSI. All right, and Garth's going to send me some VRAM for it. Excellent. That's good to know. And Tom Barber says, you stole my serial headers. Yeah, unintentionally, Tom. Unintentionally. All right, so now that we've shown off the Power Macintosh I picked up, let me first carefully set this down, because Spindler Plastics. Well, that's not a good place to set it. And let's take a look at the computer. That was the whole reason I went to Herndon in the first place. Oh. Anyways, this is the 486 that started the Facebook Marketplace deal. So we have a Silicon Valley Connection 486, or so it says, with this wonderful faceplate and a key lock switch and, well, no drives on the front. But if we turn this around to the back, we have a few interesting things here. So, first of all, it would appear as if someone at some point has shifted everything over by one slot. So, we're going to fix that tonight, unless I figure out why they moved it over one slot. And I'm glad that I know where to plug in the keyboard. Along with the, the printer's actually here. There's the COM1, the game port, and COM2. So yeah, it's all shifted over. And so yeah, the monitor, it's not even pointing to the monitor. But what we have here is the original configuration of the system. And I don't know if the Facebook Marketplace ad pictured this, but anyways, he says there's going to be a scorched slot in there. Yeah, I'm afraid that there might be something wrong with the slot. Gupom says, Colorado represent, yes. Silicon Valley connection in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Go figure. Ian says, Trident spotted, yes. So, this computer originally shipped as a 486DX4100, Visa Local Bus, 256K cache, 8 megs of RAM, a 540 meg hard drive that was 1024 heads, 1024 cylinders, 16 heads, 63 sectors, 1 megabyte Trident card, controller VLB IDE, IO integrated, built by Tim. So, hi Tim, if you happen to be watching. On October 31st, 1995. So, there could be tricks inside for all I know. And the one thing I did notice is the serial number here, US398038, does not match the serial number here of CCC039282. And I looked up the FCC ID, and that is not the FCC ID for Silicon Valley Connection. It's some other company that acronym is CCC. But anyways, Garth says, I'm making supper. Gupom says, spooky, yeah. Sadmac says, that would have been pretty long in the tooth for a 486, wouldn't it? Gupom says, lol, that's the case's serial number. Yeah, I was kind of wondering. Retrotech Chris says, uh-oh, it's been to a chop shop. Actually, Sadmac, when I worked at the computer shop starting in 96 or 97, we were still building 486DX4 100s. Although, granted, not for much longer, but still, there were a lot of value-minded customers that really didn't need that much computing power because I think some of them I remember were point-of-sale systems where it was just going to be a cash register. Hey, we've got Thomas Armstrong. Yeep. Yes. All right. So inside we do have items. So yeah, Chris says, yeah, the price gap between systems of the day kept those older processor systems running. Yes, they did. And selling, as Chris says. Yes. Well, if all you were doing was running a point-of-sale system, maybe the computer in the back of the house where everything was tallied was a powerful computer, but the ones in the front of the house for all the terminals, those were cheap computers, because all they were basically doing was adding a couple numbers up. Just hopefully you didn't have a Pentium 60 or 66 in there with a particular floating point bug. That could be embarrassing to add up the wrong total for the meal. We have Mr. Tech Gadget. Hi, Mr. Tech Gadget. This case reminds me of all the PCs I built in the late 90s. Sadmac says, yeah, that's fair, Justin. This was a few years older than me. Ah. Thomas says, we are preparing for a cyclone storm on the coast here. Well, be safe. All right, so let's see what we have in here, and then we will try to power it up. And I am noticing something here. Oh. Apparently my antivirus is updating, so we will bear with this. I think I will go ahead and pull the motherboard out just so we can inspect it. But I bet there was a CD-ROM drive in this computer, just based on the way the IDE cable's routed. So, let's pull the cards out so that I can pull the motherboard out so I can at least inspect it a little closer. So, there's the IDE, and I think... Alright, and then there's the hard drive LED. Well, maybe I might not pull the motherboard completely out, but at least get in enough to inspect it here. And fix the slot alignment, because someone's moved these over by a slot for some reason. And it would appear to be someone that owned the computer because of the handwritten labels on some of these spots. So, alright. Actually, that card wasn't inserted very well, so maybe it's just as well I'm going to reseat things. So, we have a data technology Visa Local Bus controller card. Looks like it is a WinBond-based controller card. And the label's kind of peeling back on the controller chip. I can't really tell, but that might be... I don't really want to peel the label off, but then again, I might need to know what controller chip that is to install drivers. So let me see if I can very carefully... That might be a Promise IDE chip. We'll have to look closer. Ah, Ian says, I have one just like it. There are DOS drivers for better performance. Ah, good cards and actually documented. All right, and we have Eric. Welcome, Eric. All right, and next... It was not lost on me, and in fact, I kind of got the impression this computer had it because of the... I thought I could kind of see the... Oh, I bet I know why they moved things over by a slot. It's probably called someone reseated the cards and... put them in wrong and didn't bother to move them because of how stubborn. Okay. This is exactly why I always dreaded working on Visa Local Bus systems. Alright. So, there's the sticker on the back, and time for the big reveal. We have a Trident video card. Look at that. And it only has 1 megabyte of memory. Boo. Oh. And I doubt I've got the chips to upgrade it right on hand, so... Well, it's going to stay a 1 megabyte card. Alright, hopefully it works. Otherwise I'll have to dig into my pile. Thomas says, deoxit with lube. Yeah. I'll probably will put some deoxit in these sockets. Alright, so I don't see any damage on the Visa Local Bus slots, which is kind of why I was thinking the cards might have been put into different slots. They look fine. I bet someone just maybe pulled the cards out for some reason to reseat them and then put them in the wrong slot and then just left them. Eric says, I might actually have something for December this year. Cool. Alright, and let's see if we can figure out what this processor might be. And I am noticing these stickers everywhere on the case, just these little square stickers. O1... Interesting. They are not build date stickers because the dates are like all weird. Interesting. I think they might be when they received these parts, not when they built the system with them. Because that looks like it's May 12th, 1995, and the reason I say that is because it can't be December 5th, because the system was built October 31st. So, interesting. Thomas says, some of those cards had a jumper for ISA use. Alright, so let's see what this processor is, if I can figure out how the processor socket works. It looks like this plastic piece... Ew. You know, I don't know that I really want to bend this plastic, because... Oh, there we go. Alright, place your bets in the chat. Is this going to be an Intel? Is this going to be an AMD? Is this going to be a, Trident processor? Which I don't think they made processors, but work with me. Ian thinks it's going to be an AMD. Well. Haha! Trina says a 486MX, yeah. Well, it looks like it is an AMD. What do you know? AM 486 DX4100. NV8T. Yep, I was kind of suspecting that might be the case. Given the fact it seemed to be a budget 486 system with the Trident video and everything. Alright, so let me see if I can... Oh. Hold on. I put the heatsink on, and then I forgot to look at the... where the alignment mark was. So, don't want to put the 486 in backwards. Okay, so there's the alignment dot in that corner. So that means the processor is going to go back like... that. All right. And we've got 8, well, what looks like 8 megabytes of RAM. I am going to do a continuity test of the power supply, because it is a MLE brand, which I have never heard of. And I did find the manual for this board. And if anyone's wondering, yes, if you're using an 8 megabyte sim, you have to put it in bank 1. So it is a 2x32, which is going to be an 8 megabyte sim. All right. Wow, the sim sockets are quite dirty. So I am going to... There's dust in them. Including the one that I just pulled the memory out of, so that's really weird. Then again, the power supply is probably blowing dust down on them. Actually, let me do this number here. Okay. Now, I'm going to do something else just because I've seen the retro recall pull enough memory out of boards. And then it doesn't work after he pulls the memory, so I'm gonna... Alright. Spray a little contact cleaner in the socket, and we'll put the memory back in. Alright, so... yes, yes, sorry about that. Alright. Let me see if I can figure out where I put my multimeter. Oh, there it is, right beside me. Because I kind of thought the seller mentioned this didn't work. Or maybe he wasn't sure if it worked. But then when I got to his place, he was offering to power it up, and I kind of decided I would forego that. It was, after all, a $25 system. Okay, so that is 94 ohms. Okay, that's fine. That's not a dead short. That's 145 ohms. That's not a dead short. And that's okay. So that does not appear to be shorted. And let's see here. That's 94 ohms. Okay, that's probably fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the power supply is at least not shorted. Alright, so now let me check the motherboard. Alright, so there's no tantalums that I could see on the motherboard, so I'm not suspecting I'm going to find anything, but... Okay, that's common, and that's common. Alright. And let's see here. Nope. 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 And actually, just out of curiosity, the coin cell battery, if anyone was wondering. Oh. Not in ohms mode. The coin cell battery is most certainly dead. So let's go ahead and see if we can't get the coin cell battery out, and I will put a replacement in, because some boards don't like powering up with a dead battery. There we go. Wow, that is a cheap-looking battery. Got a weird ring on the top of it, but it's not leaking, so there we go. All right. Let's see here. See if I can get a battery out of this Justin-proof packaging. I think it's supposed to be child-proof packaging, but by golly, I think it's adult-proof packaging too. There we go. There we go. One brand new battery. Go ahead and plug our power back in. Remember, black goes in the middle, or you will have a sad experience powering the computer up. Alright, so we got power. I am going to go ahead and unplug power to the hard drive, at least at first. And I am going to just start with the video card, the RAM. Yeah, the video card goes here. We'll start with the video card, the RAM, and the processor. And a postcard. I would at least like to maybe know what the postcode is if it doesn't work. So we will jam the postcard in, and who knows if I'm actually going to be able to read it, but, well, I'm going to plug it in. Alright, and the power supply And all right. So let's turn on the outlet. All right, the outlet is on. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh boy, do we have noise and ew, that CPU fan sounds gross. Yay, look at that. The CPU fan needs some tender loving care, but we got post. So let me turn it off and plug in a keyboard. And let's make sure that well, if I can plug in a keyboard. There we go. CMOS, system options not set. CMOS display type mismatch. Run setup utility. All right. I wonder, do we have the standard AMI BIOS or do we have a Win BIOS? All right. Let's see. Ha! It's a Win BIOS. I wasn't sure when I saw the AMI BIOS logo that was on the BIOS chip, but that American Megatrends logo that looked like a pyramid was like my first clue that 486 board with that logo probably was going to have a Win BIOS. So let's load optimal values. Let's see here. This is, let's see here, 20, so it is 20, 45, approximately, there we go. All right, floppy A is not installed, floppy B is not installed. All right, that's not installed at the moment, and that's not installed. All right. System boot sequence. Actually, I am going to change that to A first. Ooh, can we enable write back cache? Why not? All right, we'll leave that alone. Enable, yeah, that's fine. All right, power management disabled. Excellent. Ah, all right. Save changes and exit. Okay, well, that's good. Well, it doesn't have a boot device. So let's go ahead and put the controller card back in. So let's see here. The hard drive was plugged into here. All right. And then because someone shifted these over, that needs to go there. So that now these can go there. And now I believe all of the... Don't need the postcard. Now I think everything on the back panel is actually pointing to what it says it is now. Yes, there we go. Now the game port and the COM ports and the parallel port are all correctly labeled. Now, of course, will it work? That's another question. But at least I moved everything to the correct slots according to the label on the back of the computer. Alright, so we got... we have Any-Bit Super... Any-Bit Fever Dreams, yes. Hi, Michael. I was about to call you Any-Bit Super Dreams. Whatever that would be. I don't know what that would be. Your guess is as good as mine as to what a Any-Bit Super Dream might be. Maybe that's what happens when you're playing mod tracks and you fall asleep? Alright, so I'm going to plug a GoTech in. And, you know, why not? Because the system seems to work. I'm going to plug power into the hard drive. I'm feeling fancy. Alright. So, there we go. And the hard drive spun up. Alright, so let's go into BIOS. Hey, Jamie! We have Jamie's Hack Shack here. No, I really did want to go into the BIOS computer. There we go. Let's see here. Floppy A is now that. And let's see. Oh, yep, that's correct. Alright, so I'm going to let it boot from a floppy first. If I can select the floppy soon enough. Whoop. Or not. Oh, look at that! We just booted from the hard drive that was in this thing. What? Silicon Valley connection. What is that phone number? Q&A, Quicken, File Express, Microsoft Windows. All right, let's see Q&A. What is Q&A? Oh, that looks boring. Okay, we're not going to run Q&A. Call it now. Retrotech Chris says, I thought the seller said it was broken. It doesn't seem broken. Yeah, I know. I thought the seller said it was broken too. This computer seems quite working. Unless it was the battery that I replaced. Or the... Or just the noisy fan. I mean, the seller did... And he, yeah, Michael says, rumors of its death were greatly exaggerated. Yeah, I know. I was like, going to go, yeah, all right. I got to go look at the marketplace post because the thing is, the guy knows his way around a computer. He said what his profession was, and yeah, he knows his way around computers. So I'm suspecting there's something a bit more nuanced here than simply it wasn't working. Alright, so the description says, badge reads Silicon Valley connection 486. the computer does not boot, / freezes after boot, and is both missing floppy drive, sold as is. Great starting block for a 486 build. I mean, okay, so I'm not gonna... I mean, okay, sure. Chris is saying mem test. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm thinking, Chris. Oh, look at that. It just froze. Okay, so, apparently... Windows froze, so Chris says, truth in advertising, yes, so it does appear as if there might be something up with the system, so let's see what memtest says. I suspect if there's crashing, then... Alright, my suspects would be, since it powers up, it could be the controller card, cache chip, or memory chip. Less likely would be the processor. Any bit says, all your crashes might be incredibly unlucky cosmic ray bit flips. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what memtest says here, because... Random crash... Also, I think... Oh! Chris says, quoting the description, quote, computer freezes after boot. Great base system for a 486 build. Look, yeah. Well, I mean, it could be something simple like the memory's gone. There's a bad memory. I highly doubt the processor's the problem. Although, I guess it could be if the processor's overheating. Oh, you know, I just realized. Maybe this is a great time to try out my new thermal camera. Let me see if there's anything, like, running warmer than usual in here. Oh, wow. You know, the BIOS chip is, surely that BIOS chip is not 80... Oh, that's in Fahrenheit. Oh, that's not hot at all. Okay, the memory... Yeah, I don't see any hot spots on the memory. The cache is... Oh, that's not really that warm either. Yeah, the cache is lit up like a Christmas tree. But the temperatures, though, nothing's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so... Yeah, okay, so there's nothing of concern here. So one bit's asking, ooh, nice thermal cam, what'd you get? Alright, well, I got the HFS Tools HF96. I bought this with my own money, so they're not a sponsor. This is only like the second time I've pulled it out, so I can't formulate a recommendation yet because I haven't used it much. But I did buy it with my own money after seeing a post on a Instagram account I follow that they bought one of these for doing repairs around the house because they were trying to find, I think, some thermal leaks or something. And there was a $70 off coupon, so it was only $130. So I was like, well, I guess the risk factor is low because I get the return period on Amazon. And in fact, I think based on when I bought it, I might actually have until, like, I might have extra time to return it if it really went sideways. Because at a certain point in November, you get, like, the Christmas return policy. So... Oh, yeah! So I got till January 31st. If this thing cops out... If this thing stops working after 30 days, or, like, after, like, 31 days, then I'm totally fine because I've got the Christmas return period. So, really... my risk was low on risking $130 for a thermal camera. Now, is it high resolution? Not really. It's like 96 by 64 or something like that. But still, yeah, Michael says, great place to test it. All your Commodore stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll have the resolution for testing Commodore stuff. So anyways, so far, it seems like it's decent. It does power up and down quicker than Adrian's, because I don't think this one runs Android. So there's that. I'll copy a link into the chat, but this is not a sponsored link. I'm not an affiliate with Amazon, so I won't earn anything if you want to check it out. Assuming I actually sent the message any day now, YouTube. Oh, there we go. Anyways, yeah, I don't earn anything if you buy it. I'm not sponsored by them. They didn't send it to me for free because I paid for it. But there is a $70 off coupon, so it would be like $129.99 if you're in the US. So I was like, sure, I'll risk it. I've had just enough things where I wished I had a thermal camera. So I thought I would pull it out and see if I saw anything, and not really. The hottest thing might be the Trident chip, but... since I was looking at it from the backside, it's hard to tell what temperature it's at. I'll check some temps. Yeah, the memory's running at about, like, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me see here. I know you all are probably going to ask. Can it do... Yes, you can change it to Celsius. Or Kelvin. There we go. That's actually a little more useful for computer temperatures. So for those of you that were wondering what that is in Celsius, it's like about 36 degrees Celsius. It's actually, since a lot of data sheets give the max temperature for components in Celsius, there, I did myself a favor and I switched it. Ooh, actually there is one cache chip that is running kind of warm. It's at 56 degrees Celsius. But then again, it is the tag RAM. Michael says, won't sell in Canada, but there seems to be tons of clones. Alright, well, I guess if you're, yeah, I think there's plenty of clones of these things, so... Yeah, I guess if you're in another region, then there's probably one that's available there, but... Or you'll just have to go to the guy that his house lives, like, on the border. So he receives packages from the US, and gives them to people in Canada, although I think they then have to go through customs themselves. And depending on where you are in Canada, it might be a bit inconvenient, because I think he's in... Oh, he might be in Ontario, actually. Because I think he's on the border with New York. I don't know. I saw the video and was like, oh, okay, that's neat. There's a video on YouTube. I don't remember where he actually lived. Huh. So, alright, so. I was almost expecting we'd have a memory failure by now, but... Then again... One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Ah, that's an interesting idea. RetroTech Chris is wondering, virus? Could be. Although, I'm not sure if this machine was ever online. If it was, it would have been an external modem. I might have to see if I can't find a DOS antivirus boot disk. Or Jamie says a floppy spreader. Yeah, could have gotten it from a floppy disk. fprot for DOS. Alright. Let's see if I can't download that real quick. Oh, there we go. Archive.org for the win. Alright, let's see here. Well, if it doesn't find a memory problem, then I'll have to... fprot for DOS is too big to copy to a floppy disk, so I'll have to get it on here some other way. Let me see if I can find a... Yeah, 9 megabytes. That's not going to fit on a floppy disk. I'll hook the hard drive. I'll pull the hard drive out. I will hook it up to my streaming computer, which is running Bitdefender. So if it's got something on it that's on the boot sector there, or master boot record, Bitdefender will find it. Otherwise, I'll copy fprot to the hard drive and then we'll run it from DOS so I can live stream the scan. Jamie's asking, what was the old PK zip argument to span floppies? I don't have enough known good working floppy disks, but that does give me an idea. Do I have WinImage installed? Ooh, I do have WinImage installed. WinImage can create a self-extracting image file. That's interesting. Let me see what the system requirements for that is. Create a Win32x86 exe. Well, that's not going to be useful for this computer. I'll just pull the hard drive and install copy fprot to it, because the zip file is just simply a files to unzip. So, oh well, we had to pass the memory, so all right, let's do this. Now I'm curious. This is the... I would hold it, but now I'm curious because... Oh yeah, after I showed off everything, I was going to say how much I paid for the 486, the Power Mac 7200 in air quotes because it was a 7500, and the 2-page display. I paid $50. Thanks to my keen negotiating skills. Actually, not really. It had nothing to do with my negotiating skills and everything to do with the fact that I only had $50 in cash in my pocket, and because his offer for all 3 items was $75, and I just point blank told him, well, I only have $50 in my pocket, and he said, sold. I'm in a small apartment and I want to get rid of it. So thank you for the good deal. I think I got a good deal. You can let me know in the chat or the comments. Maybe you think I didn't get such a good deal. Now, the 2-page display is untested because not only do I not have the card to test it, he didn't either, so I'll have to get... At some point, I'll have to get that new bus card. Oh, and it would help if I could turn on the power adapter here. All There we go. All right. Oh, interesting. There is a found folder on this hard drive. So, maybe there's some file corruption. Alright, anyways, I'm going to extract fprot to this hard drive. And let's see here. All right, then if I can find the eject option. Because actually the thing is, if you're wondering, I have the hard drive in my hand right now, because the cable for my adapter is too short to set the drive down, so I've been hand-holding the drive ever since I powered it up. Oh, this drive is currently in use. Well, what's using it? Probably Bitdefender. Device is in use. What is using it? I mean, yeah, I can tell you something is using the drive because... Oh, there we go. Bitdefender scanning the drive, so... We'll still run fprot on it in case there's some obscure DOS virus on the drive, but... Alright, while I wait for Bitdefender to finish scanning, I might as well at this point, because it's probably halfway done. Let's see here, looking in the chat. Yeah, let's see here. Chris says, I used to use laplink fastlinks to copy large files. These days I use network. Well, I don't have a network set up for doing that. I gotta do that sometime. Maybe in December I'll do that. Gutbomb and Jamie are saying I got a good deal. Gutbomb says, phenomenal deal. Michael says, 386s and 46s ruled, and having extremely nerd friends, super good with them, ruled back in the 1990 to 96. Yes. Uncompromised access to everything for them. Jamie says, sometimes when marketplace folks say that to me, I tell them it sounds like they need to hit up the ATM. Ah, yeah. Tom Barber's like, Defender's going to be like, a virus from 92? How? Yeah. Oh, Chris says, oh. Oh. Chris has a driver disk for me for the video card. Awesome. Oh, yeah. So apparently Chris has the driver disk for this video card. Only the highest of tech ways of showing images from text messages when I have a hard drive being scanned in one hand and I'm waiting for Bitdefender to finish scanning it. Okay, sorry, Bitdefender. I'm getting tired of holding the disk. I am going to make you stop because that's gone on long enough. There's too many files on this disk. There we go. We're going to put it back into the 486 and let it scan it there. Because I know well, we'll get to the bump bar sooner rather than later, but I'm curious to see if this is a quick fix. So we'll just make sure there's not a virus on this computer, because that would be a quick fix. It would also let me know that I need to check the disk image files on my GoTech. Make sure I didn't just, like, insta-infect them with a virus. There we go. All right. Oh. Whoops. Chris says, my OS2 install is going about as well as any OS2 install. Locks up when booting the installer. Yeah. All right. Oh, all right. Exit. Exit the DOS. Okay, so archive.org said I should start it. Like so. And I think it is running. I hear the hard drive's scanning. Ah, Chris says it's slow to start. Yeah, it sounds like it's doing something but not showing anything. Hopefully it's like pre-scanning some stuff. There we go. Scanning for known viruses in memory. Alright, let's see here. Local hard drives. Alright, we'll do standard file extensions. And we'll see here. Well, I defaults were probably fine, but defaults would scan every file. I may scan every file later. Of course, the thing is, Bitdefender already probably scanned the root of this drive, so... Chris says, yeah, looks like you're in the clear. Maybe a timing/jumper thing. Because, yeah, I think it just locked up. Nope. It was slow. Oh, you know, it'd probably help if I'd plug the hard drive access LED back in. Because then I could at least see it blinking. Alright, we'll let this run. Because actually I was thinking about borrowing this system to install MS-DOS on an SD card. Which, actually, you know, if I was going to do that... Actually, I have one other idea here. So I'm kind of thinking... wondering something else here. hi Jesse, I8386SX is here. What did I miss? Well, so the 486 is working, but it is crashing randomly like the seller said it was, so I'm... Well... Okay. I'm not sure it's a virus. I'll run a full virus scan later. I'd kind of like to get onto the bump bar. Let me check one other thing first. So I'm going to check some voltages here. Let's just make sure this voltages are like... So 5 volts is 5.13 volts. That's pretty good. Oh, wait. That was... Oh, hold on. That was, I think, the power good. 5.13. Okay. 12 volts is 12.2. That's within spec. That's negative 11.45. So negative 12 volts is within spec. Alright, let me move that so I can see here. So, let's see here. 5.13 volts. Negative 4.82 volts. Yeah, the power supply looks like it's supplying stable voltages. So I think I'm going to need to do some further debug on the system later. But let's get to the thing that people came to watch. We may come back to this later. So anyways, I think the system is at least free of viruses, so I'm not too worried about doing what I'm about to do. So I am going to put the SD card adapter in here. Actually, this will be a good test for the system. We'll see if we can install MS-DOS without it crashing or hanging up. That may be a good test of this system, because it could just be the DOS install on the original drive. Alright, so let me see if I can... Alright, carefully balance things. Alright. So, let's see here. I need to detect that. Yep, that's fine. Alright. I think it was 622, because it was Windows for Workgroups 3.1.1. So it kind of looked like it was one of those OEM packs from about 95 that was DOS 622 and Windows for Workgroups 3.1.1. I didn't actually look, though. But certainly, it seemed like it was a version that was appropriate for the computer. Alright. Because I don't remember where I left off on this last time, I'm going to... repartition this drive, because if it was partitioned with certain versions of... You need to partition SD cards in these SD to IDE adapters on a vintage computer. I think that's the case. But I'm just going to wipe the contents of the drive, and so I'm actually going to go format it here. And there we go. Of course, you know, maybe I should try playing Doom on this computer. That would be a good stress test for it. Alright, enter. Yep, that's correct. We want DOS there. Alright. I gotta remember where I put the bump bar after last working on it. You would think I would have thought to do that sooner, but no. No, I didn't. It's actually probably... Actually, I don't think it's gone far. Might actually be in... Is it in that anti-static bag? No, that's not it. Alright. Yeah. Given this 486 was built on October 31st, 1995, because that's what the label on the back says, and the general age of the components in it do seem to indicate that's probably a correct build date. I'm inclined to think it was, at that point, had to be DOS 622, even though I didn't run the version command. Alright. While that installs, let me see if I can't put my eyes on the bump bar. It looks like I simply set it to the side to keep it safe, and then... Oh, that's not it. It should be right. Okay, that's the funny thing, because I see the two halves of its case. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why I would have put it so far away from its other parts. Except that I do weird things when I'm not thinking. Alright. Oh, you know, there was one other thing I picked up this past weekend, but given the time, I think I'll hold it till Thursday. Or we'll get back to it if I get Doom running sooner. But it wasn't from that Facebook Marketplace seller. It was a gift to the channel. I guess given the fact that it's 9:30, well, I'll hold it for a while. I'll leave you in suspense. I am, though, going to make sure I didn't, like, set its keyboard on top of the bump bar. That would be embarrassing. No, I didn't happen to do that. Alright, while that copies files, let me see if I can find the item I am looking for. Oh, there it is. Of course. Yeah, it was in the box for the bump bar. Now, of course, the question now is, where did I put the power adapter? Oh, that might be it. Is that it right there? No, that's not it. Oh, well, that could be. Oh. There it is. Okay. All the parts have been identified. We are good. Alright, so, will it boot DOS? From an SD card. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, well. Alright, so now we have MS-DOS on an SD card. So let me see if I can't find a non-conductive item to set on top of the 486 so I can kind of leave it set up in case I need to create another disk. How about we'll just use the iPad box. There we go. So there's our SD card. So there is a method to my madness here. I just first want to see if I just want to make sure it'll boot from the SD card, and if it will, I want to see if maybe it looks like it's a little bit more stable at least than it was booting from the USB to SD adapter, or USB to compact flash adapter. Because I think the problem I was having last time is possibly has something to do with the USB to DOS adapter. Whoop. Hold on. I need to find the PS2 keyboard. Where did I put the PS2 keyboard? I don't know where the PS2 keyboard went. Okay, that's weird. I normally keep the PS2 keyboard sitting... Oh, never mind. I was about to say, I normally keep it sitting right beside me because I use it so much. Fun fact, it was right beside me. It was underneath the 486's case lid. Alright, so... Alright. So this first test here is going to be SD card on the iPad and try to hit the boot menu. I did not hit the boot menu in time. Alright. Well, now you all know what restaurant this bump bar was intended for. And it's not going to find the point of sale system, so we're going to reboot and hit escape for the boot menu. And let's see here, we are going to boot from 2, and I am already seeing a good thing that it's reporting as an ATA device and missing operating system. Bummer. Missing operating system. Ha! I was hoping that... Well, I was hoping that if I created the SD card in a vintage computer, that it would just work. Alright, let's go back to the 486 computer. We'll put the SD card back in the 486. And this will do two things. It'll first of all confirm that the SD card is still bootable. And second of all, it'll let me do a fdisk/mbr. Jesse says, I really don't like the CBIOS. It gave me these fits with its native operating system. Yeah, there's like no way to set settings. And there we go. Sure enough, this SD card is bootable. All right. Alright, I really doubt that /MBR did anything, so I'm not holding out hope that that alone fixed it. Missing operating system. Great. Well... Okay, let me see if I can find the compact flash card I was using last time, and maybe I can boot from the compact flash card over USB and then sys the SD card. Maybe the geometry's wrong. I mean, and then I guess I can manually copy the DOS files. Okay, well, I guess that's probably the next logical step. I just have to find the USB. Oh, well, all right. Okay. Hold please while I attempt to find the compact flash card, which is theoretically sitting right beside me, but No telling what I set on top of it without realizing it. I'll know it's the one because of what's on it. Let's see here. It was Oh wait. Did I have it? This is what happens when I don't think I need something for a stream. I put it away. Oh. Well. Alright, hold please. Trying to find the... Oh, there it is. Alright, found it. Okay. Let's see if this even... Okay, so I want to boot from 1, but then I want to hit F5 to skip files. Okay, so... Interesting. So there's my... So the D drive is the SD card. So I do have a full copy of DOS on here, so okay, so I want to change the fixed drive, and then I want fixed drive 2, and then I want to delete the partition. Oh, wait. Actually, let me display the partition. Okay, it is active. Alright, so let's delete primary and labels Doom. And I'm sure. Now I want to create a DOS partition. Okay. Alright, and I want to boot. Alright. Doom, alright. Well, that looks promising. Okay. Wonder if that fixed MBR would work now. Actually, that's a good idea. Let's see here. So let's go cd DOS because I don't have a path. MBR. Alright. So now... theoretically, that should be a bootable device on this computer. And I sure don't know what it did, but did I hit the wrong key? Because this is, that is definitely not MS-DOS. That is the X-DOS. Oh. Okay. Escape. Oh, maybe I hit the wrong key. Okay, maybe it doesn't like... Maybe it won't boot SD if you've got a USB device, too? Alright. I'm gonna unplug the USB device. And... well, that didn't work. So I am... yeah, it's not booting my SD card. I don't know. Okay, I got one other idea. I don't know if it's going to work. So, I'm going to try another SD card. Jesse says, here's a thought. Put the SD card in your Windows 10 machine, run diskpart, and perform the clean command on the SD card. Then try rebuilding the SD card. Actually, I'm going to try something first. Or in parallel. I've got a different SD card. The theory is maybe I have a geometry issue because I'm trying to use such a small SD card. So I'm going to install MS-DOS on a 4GB card, but in parallel, I'll stick the smaller card in and see if I can't clean it up. That way, at least I don't... well, I'm stumped. I've never used SD. I have avoided SD to IDE because I've had this thought it would be a headache, and I'm thinking I might have been right. And I don't know why it didn't let me go into the BIOS. I don't think this SD card is set up correctly. Yes, I want you to go into there we go. Thank you. Alright. Save changes and exit. Alright. Unfortunately, I know somehow this does not compute. Was able to get an SD card created that it boot from. Or at least I sure thought he did. I unfortunately don't know that the video really went into enough detail for me to try to reproduce what he did, which is probably why I'm having trouble. I'm trying to find my SD card adapter so I can try to take care of it. Whoop. Display partition information. Ah, it's a non-DOS one. Alright. 3, 4, 1. Oh, you know, I just realized something. I should probably go into DOS and change the access mode of this SD card. Not there. I just realized it's possible the CBIOS is probably going to use logical block addressing. Alright. I'm trying to find my SD adapter still. I have creatively misplaced it. Otherwise, I would format the card in my streaming computer, but I don't know where the adapter went. It's probably... who knows where. I mean, it's possible I'm going to have to just try to use FreeDOS, but I don't have a FreeDOS installer handy. Oh, hi, Retrotecher Die, welcome, and no, there was no Wheel of Regrets tonight, because I haven't received anything from eBay in the past couple days. Although, trying to get this bump bar to boot off of an SD card is proving to be somewhat of a regret. Yeah, I did buy a few things from eBay over the weekend, but... we might have one of them on Thursday. Ah, one of them hasn't shipped. That's the upgrade. Oh! Well, I might have the processor upgrade for the computer come Thursday, but I don't have any VRAM for it yet. So I doubt we'll be able to actually test that processor upgrade card Thursday, because... Garth's gonna send me some VRAM, but even if he sends it tomorrow, I'm not gonna have it Thursday. Alright, good night, Francois. Yeah, I'm stumped as to where my SD card adapter went, so I can't, like, format that card on my Windows PC. It, unfortunately, is probably underneath something, and... or it fell onto the floor and I didn't realize it won. Yeah, I've given up trying to keep my workbench clean because every time I clean it, I just misplace things. So that discourages me from cleaning it. But it would also appear as if I misplace things without cleaning it. So that encourages me to not clean it. I don't know. It's a losing battle. Hi, Dave. Welcome. Jesse says lesson is never try to clean. Yeah, hi Dave, welcome. Yeah, I was going to try to join your stream from the meetup, but I forgot one important thing that I would have needed to have done it, and that was I forgot my earbuds, so I had no way of being able to hear anything anyone was trying to say on the other side of the stream, because I forgot my earbuds at home, so I spared you all the Justin can't hear a thing you all are saying. And time flew while I was there too. There was also that problem. I've got some photos I took from it, so maybe I'll if I can get them, if I remember to copy them off my phone to somewhere where I can get to them, I may show them off next time I'm on your stream. Yeah, I had a good time, and I did pick something up while I was there. I haven't shown it yet because given the time we took looking at a 486, which actually is the one I'm using to try to install DOS on an SD card to boot the bump bar. Well, there's obviously some secret to installing DOS on an SD card that I apparently am not privy to, and okay. Let's see if it boots. In the 486. And no surprise there, it boots. Alright. Well. Okay, so now I've got DOS 622 on a 4 gigabyte SD card, which I have no idea if that's going to make a difference. I'm not sure if it will or not, but well. Alright, and 2. Well, okay, apparently there's something the bump bar did not like about that smaller SD card I was trying to use. So alright. Okay, next thing I need to try, because I don't know where my SD card adapter went, so I'm going to... Alright. So let's see if I can boot from the SD card with the USB adapter inserted. Okay, that's good. So I think the USB drive is... Okay. So let me see if I can remember the parameters for Xcopy. Let's see here. So I think I want... All right. Okay, so I want DOS bench. Let me grab, I want DOS bench and Doom and SoftMPU. All right. All right. So D CD DOS bench. So I think I want to. So I want X copy star dot star to C DOS bench. And I think I want E, because I want to copy everything. All right. And we want Doom. And all right, let's copy. All right. Okay, that looks correct. Doom. Yep, that's correct. Okay. So that looks good. All right, so now I should have all of that on the SD card. I'm going to unplug the USB. So, all right, so it looks like if you want to install DOS, you need to turn on logical block addressing on your IDE that you're using to create the SD card. That was probably the problem. All right. So does Doom run? Yes, Doom is running. All right, so Doom runs. It was not. It was not. You couldn't start Doom trying to USB boot with EMM 3D6 running. So we'll run the Doom benchmark just to make sure that it's running stable with the SD card, and then I'm going to enable EMM386.exe. And then we'll see if things remain stable. Because the thing is, if I get this running, then the next thing we gotta do is figure out we gotta create an adapter for the serial port. Yes, as you can see, this is not a candidate for the world's fastest Doom playing computer. But then again, we're playing Doom on a device that was designed to show the back of house in the restaurant what they needed to make. So quite honestly, I find it impressive that it can play Doom at all. I mean, they could have just put a little potato processor in it that could show text. I mean, granted, for the speed it's running at, that's not that impressive, but considering what the device normally does, that is impressive. Okay, so... Alright. Well, let's edit config.sys. Alright. Oops. Alright, I think that should load it. Is it actually running? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, it's running. EMM386 is active. Let's see if it's remained stable. Jesse says, if it has C BIOS, it has a potato for a processor. Yeah, when I was referring to a potato processor, I think I was referring more to something that wasn't supposedly running at 300 megahertz. Although, yeah. And Jesse says, and I'm not talking about the ones with 6-inch legs. Yeah, I'm not crazy over this C BIOS thing, but I don't think I'd be able to do this at all with the USB boot drive, because it was getting very unstable very quickly. I think this may be demonstrating that the whole problem was the code in the BIOS that it was using to translate USB to the interrupt 13 services, and that code was probably running in real mode, because let's be real, they probably put the code together quick and dirty. Because they probably thought no one would ever run EMM386 on this thing. Alright, well, I mean, it ran. So let's... I definitely know Doom... Well, that's good. We can run Doom. Alright. Now the question is... Alright, so what do we need to do? There we go. There we go. There's the command I need. All right. Let's see here. All right, let's fix a little thing here. Always thought DOS 622 did a sloppy job of setting things up. All right. Oops. MPU 330. And, yep. Output. COM1. All right. Now, granted, the command it said to run didn't say load high, but memory. Ha-ha! That's a good sign. All right. SoftMPU's running. So wish we had a little bit more conventional memory, but let's see here. All right, so let's see here. Select music card. General MIDI. 330. I just want to see if it'll like PC speaker. Yeah, keyboard only. All right. All right, you're probably thinking, I don't hear any MIDI, and well, there'd be a good reason for that. We don't have the MIDI adapter plugged in yet. If you heard MIDI now, that would mean we have a wireless COM port. A smart, intelligent wireless COM port, which we don't have. But the cool thing is, I think we have the DOS setup we need. So let's set the bump bar aside for a moment. Actually, maybe I should just go ahead and get the 486 off the bench here so that I have a bit more room to work. All right. Yeah, I'm not quite getting your reference there, Jesse. They can charge a cell phone like no one's business. Food and Beverage did a great job demonstrating this. Ugh. Okay, so we got an SD card. We've got EMM 386 running. We have SoftMPU running, I believe. So now we've got to... First, I gotta get the 486 out of the way. Now this is where I'm going to probably struggle a little bit here. So here's how we're going to attempt to run MIDI. I've got a MIDI Cloud RS-232 here, which I'm going to have to find a USB powered up with. That's going to be fun. So we've got serial in. These are S2 MIDI synthesizer by Certico. And the MIDI Cloud RS-232 is also by Certico. I spared no expense for this experiment. Dream Blaster S2, there we go, that's what I got. And then from Amazon, I got one of these RS-232 to RJ45 adapters, because the bump bar's serial port is RS-232. Which I'm really not sure if there's a standard pinout. Although it'd be really cool if I could find the... Actually, you know, if I could find the RS-232 transceivers on this board, it might actually make this a little bit easier. I wonder if that's them right there, because there's two of them. Alright, that's an Analog Devices ADM213. Is that the chip I'm looking for? Could it be that easy? Could it really be that easy? Ha! 0.1 microfarad, plus 5 volts, CMOS RS-232, 200 kilobits per second transceiver with 4 drivers, 5 receivers, shut down and enable pins. No way. I just found the transceiver. That is the transceiver I was looking for. Now you're probably thinking, why in the world would I want to know that? Well, that way I can confirm the manual I found is actually correct for the pinout, potentially. Because the manual I found with the pinout wasn't... I don't think it was for the exact bump bar I have. So, let me see if I've got it on my NAS, so let me see if I can't open it up here real quick. If I can remember where I copied it. Wait a minute. Let's see here. Nope. Let's see here. Nope, it's not in there. Software. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Is that it? No, that has nothing to do with that. There we go. Let me scroll to the page. It seemed to indicate in this manual I found for another OAsys product that potentially pin 1 on this RJ45 connector here should go to pin 5 of the RS-232 port, and that was a ground signal. Pin 4 goes to pin 3, which is transmit, and then pin 7 goes to pin 2, which is receive. Now, I was going to see if I could confirm that these pinouts do seem to match that pinout. So, easiest way to do that would be, so pin 1, and I don't know which is pin 1. Let's see if either of these so that's the shield for the Ethernet, the RS. Okay, neither of those seem to be grounded. Okay, that could be interesting. That might mean that those RS-232 transceivers are doing something else. All right. Okay, let's try a different tactic. All right. Let me view the data sheet for this chip. So it looks like pins 1, 2, 3, and 28 on this chip are transmitters. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, and 28. All right. So that means one of those 4 pins theoretically is connected to pin 4 on the serial port, if this pinout that I have is correct. Let me see if I can find a guide to tell me which pin 4 is. Alright. So pin 1 is going to be, I think, the one, if they're following the standard, I think they are. I think pin 1 is going to be this pin here on the right side of the jack, which is going to probably make that, I think, that pin there. So pin 1. All right, so pin, and I think they're counted 1 through 8. So pin. So I want pin 4 should be connected to a transmitter. All right. So pin 4 is going to be, I think they're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this pin here is pin 4. So let me see if that is connected to all right. This I'm going to have to do less ideally so I can see what I'm doing. I will at least zoom out a little bit so you can somewhat see what I'm doing. All right, so I think that's pin 4 there. Okay, excellent. So the bottom port is connected to the lower transceiver on, I think, on pin 2. So they're both on pin 2. So that is, according to the data sheet, pin 2 is T1 out. Okay, that is a good sign. So that means R1 in it should be using R1 in, I believe, if it's connected the way I think it would be. So that means pin 9 should be connected to pin 7 on the RJ45 connector. All right. Oh, let me do that one there. That one's easier to reach. So, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That was connected to a different transmit. It was connected to T3 out. All right, let me see if I can figure out what's connected to the receiver. One, two, three. Let's see, that's a 14 pin, 14, 13, 12. I think this pin 9 right there. Oh. All right. This is getting tricky. So unfortunately, Hold on. All right, let's see if I can. Okay, is there some standard? So pin 4. Pin 7. Oh, did I maybe miscount? No, no, that should be pin 7 right there. Maybe pin 7's connected to more than one thing. Seemingly it's connected to a transmitter, though. Okay. Let's see if anything's connected to one of these. Oh. Oh, is it possible that's pin 7? Alright. Maybe these are wired differently than I think they are. Pin 5 is the receiver. Pin 5's the receiver, and pin 4 was the transmitter? Oh, well that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Or was it pin 3? Okay, so it's pins 4 and 5 on the RJ45. Alright, so pins 4 and 5 on the RJ45. Apparently the pinout I found was wrong. So pin 4 is should go to transmit. And pin 5 should go to receive. Okay, so we got our pinout. That's good. Alright, so now we've got this adapter here. So pins 4 and 5 on this, and I'm going to mark, so 4 should go to transmit, and 5 should go to receive. There we go. I'm going to write it on the port so I don't forget of this. Now, the thing is, I was going to make this so I could use a standard cable for connecting serial ports, which somewhere, I think I've got one down here. I don't remember if they're wired with the crossover or not. Oh, I thought I brought it downstairs. Maybe I didn't. All right. Oh, there's one other thing I never figured out. Which of these pins is connected to ground? Oh, that's just realized. I need a ground connection. Alright. So that chip has a ground on pin 10. Or it's supposed to. I don't know. That's weird. I don't think any of these... Surely... Oh. Oh, did I just run into a problem? Are these shields even connected? Okay. Well, I think I just found the next problem. I think the ground connection for these serial ports is the shell of the RJ45, which means I need a shielded RJ45 cable. That's something I don't have. There is... That is the only place there is a ground. Yeah, yeah, okay. New showstopper encountered. In fact, I'm actually wondering if there's two problems. I'm actually wondering if this is a differential serial port. Which would mean I need an adapter. I need an adapter for my adapter, potentially. But the problem is, I need a shielded Ethernet cable, and that's not something I just have laying around. Oh, hey Jack, welcome. Yeah, I just realized that I don't happen to have a shielded Ethernet cable, and I think I need one. Because I think that is where... Oh. Well, that would be a second problem. I don't think my RJ45 adapter... Oh. Okay, well, I may have to just make the RJ, or the... Oh, hi CDI, welcome. Well, this is the inside of the bump bar, and I'm trying to connect the serial port, which is an RJ45 connector, very poorly documented. Trying to connect it to this, which is a serial-to-MIDI adapter, but unfortunately, I've discovered that the ground connection I need is on the shield of the RJ45 connector, which means I need a shielded RJ45 connector because RS-232 doesn't work without a ground connection. And I actually am very suspicious that that is, if that actually is RJ45, because, or RS-232. I mean, it might be. I mean, the datasheet clearly says this is an RS-232 chip. It's got 4 RS-232 drivers and 4 RS-232 receivers. All right. Let me check something here. Are these going through these ferrites? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think the shield is on that RJ45 shield connector. There is... I don't... Okay. Jack's asking, RJ45 serial port like a console port? Something like that. But I don't know that it's a standard pinout. Maybe I'll have to check. Jack's saying, I could just bodge a wire between the shield and the ground on the other board. No! No, no. I spent too much for the Certa Shop boards. I am not bodging anything on them. I want this to be a... if I bodge anything, it would be on this. Because that was like $3. Yeah, the Certa Shop adapter board was too much to start adding bodge wires to it. CDI, what pin is not needed? Jumper the shield to the unused pin. There isn't an unused pin to jumper it to on the bump bar side. I would also be willing to bodge it there, but all 8 pins from the RJ45 are going through ferrites, then through vias, and are going to those transceiver chips. So there may actually be multiple serial connections on that RJ45. Yeah. I apparently don't have the manual I have is, well, not for this device, and its pinout's wrong. CDS says, sorry, at a hotel bar at the moment. Jack says, Justin might be wishing it was at a hotel bar. CDS says, with the company card, anything is possible until Corp Finance asks a question. Jack says, my company will not reimburse alcohol. CDS says, do you have a scope to see if there are signals on each line? Serial is low voltage. I mean, I could probe the pins, but the thing is, I didn't really want to bodge this because I kind of wanted it to be something that you could just take one of these and plug in the serial adapter and have MIDI. Kind of like what Colin did, but allowing an SD card, because you definitely got to boot DOS 622 to run SoftMPU. But I didn't want you to have to mod anything on the board to get the serial to work if possible. But I can't tell where these traces go because they go under these chips. So, I mean, I could try to probe what's going on those, and maybe I should... I mean, maybe I could start Doom so that I could theoretically have serial data going out, but the problem is I don't have I was trying to make it so that other people could reproduce what I'm doing, and if I have to bodge things, I'm not bodging this because this was like silly expensive and I want to be able to use it on other things. Yeah, the Certa-Shop adapter is not getting bodged. It was too expensive. I spent less on the bump bar. I'd be more willing to bodge it. But I really didn't want to have to, because then that makes it harder for someone else to reproduce what I'm doing. But I will fire up the oscilloscope and see if I can tell what is on each pin. So I'm going to launch Doom here. Well, I'm gonna... Well, actually, it would probably help if I didn't fire up the oscilloscope, because now I can't see the bump bar to type commands into it. Also, I don't even know if I'm going to have a good grounding point, because no documentation. All right. All right. Let me see if I can get my... I've got a... That didn't work. I don't want the oscilloscope on the screen. All right. Okay, I think I've got Doom running. Theoretically, there should be data going across the serial port. Alright, so I think that's pin 1, 2... Okay, I think I've got data on pin 5, I think. No, that's 10 volts. That's 10 volts. That's negative 10 volts. Okay, that's... Maybe that's not the serial port that's active. Okay, so that's negative 10 volts. That's 10 volts. I don't see anything that looks like serial data. Alright. Okay, now I know there should be serial data, but I had to turn the oscilloscope off to see the Doom screen. Let me turn the oscilloscope back on. Has to do with the VGA switcher I have, and the oscilloscope overrides it, and I can't reach the VGA cable on the oscilloscope to unplug it, so... Okay, there should be serial data going out the serial port. Alright. I will even share the oscilloscope, so you can share in the experience. Okay, I do not know which one is COM1 and which one is COM2, so I'm just going to walk the pin. So there's plus 10. And there's another plus 10. There's a minus 10. I don't see anything resembling serial data on either of the serial ports. I only see plus and minus 10 volts. Let me just make sure the serial's not going to... No. Okay, let me see if I can flip the board over and maybe probe the serial chip. Yeah, something is not what I expected, yes. First of all, if it's got plus and minus 10 volts, that's not RS-232, that's RS-485. I'm thinking... there is no serial output happening at all. RS-422. Could be RS-422. Problem is, the datasheet for the chip says it's an RS-232 transceiver. Clearly... clearly something's wrong. Alright. Well, I guess... whoop. Let me double check that I have it set up right. Music card, general MIDI. Yeah. That should be fine. General MIDI on port 330. That was the port I configured, wasn't it? Yeah. MPU 330. Output COM 1. Alright, well, I guess there's only one thing to do here. Pull the 486 back on the bench and... using this same SD card, see if we see anything on RS-232 COM port 1. That's about the only thing I can think of. Fortunately, it's got a COM port on it. All right. Let's validate that SoftMPU is actually doing something. Now, I know it's not an apples to apples comparison because, well, the 486 computer cost me half as much as the bump bar did. But after all, I think the processor that's in the bump bar is more closely related to a 486 with MMX instructions than anything faster, even though it runs at 300 megahertz. So I guess maybe I could have pulled my Media GX computer out for this because, well, it's also like a 486 processor with MMX instructions. Despite what Cyrix would have wanted you to believe. Alright. So, let's see here. Put the luckily I still have the SD card adapter in here, and it's configured for the card. Let's see, let's pull out the thumb drive from the Gotek. Let's see here. I've got the monitor, I got the keyboard, got the power. Alright, so this has got the SD card that we just created. CDS says, hey, I worked for National Semi and Cyrix. Oh, cool. I mean, my Media GX computer is neat for what it is. My comment about it being a 486 with MMX was more of its heritage than anything. I mean, I did bother to buy it a case, so if that says anything, I've got a case for the computer. I at least wanted to leave it, like, as a computer and not just a motherboard I occasionally pull out, so, I mean, so if that says anything, it's like a neat processor. But it was, Cyrix did create it by starting with their 5x86 processor, which was basically a souped up 486, so. Alright. So, first of all, I kind of thought we would have PC speaker beeps. Maybe the PC speaker in this case is broken. Okay, so now that I've got Doom running, and we should have data going out SoftMPU. Now, granted, I think at this point I could probably grab a serial cable and just try to plug in the serial adapter. Then I'd have to find a power adapter for it. But let's just see what the oscilloscope sees on the RS-232 port. That should be COM1. We just gotta wait for the oscilloscope to power up again. Alright, now if we've got data coming out of this computer on the COM port, then that either means that the serial ports on the bump bar are not RS-232 like I thought they were, or potentially the serial ports are bad on the bump bar. I did buy it as like a customer, a certified customer return. CDS says, I know, shoestring budget 100% of the time. And Mike's back. Welcome back, Mike. Jack's asking how to pronounce is Cyrix, or is it Cyrix? Alright, so I don't know what pins... Oh, actually, is that pin 2? Or is that pin 2? Huh. Well, that's interesting. I don't... Of course, maybe there's another possibility here. I'm not seeing any serial traffic on that COM port. Alright, I'm going to pull out another item in my arsenal of diag tools, which will not fit on my workbench if I can remember where I put the one that is in better condition. I think it's over here. Oh, yeah. Alright, I have no idea where I'm going to fit it on the bench, because there's not room. I may just have to drop parts of it. Actually, maybe I'll just set it on the floor, because I have a little serial protocol analyzer. If I can find a place to put it, then I was going to see if I see any... I was going to actually hook it up and see if I saw any serial traffic. Alright, let me see if I can find a way to get this hooked up. I think it works. I think it will go up to the baud rate that this adapter's running at. Alright. This one's got the shipping protector in it. This is actually not the one I'm looking for. Never mind. Hold on. I think I want the other one, because I think the other one's the one that I... Yes, I have two of these, and that's because I think I bought one on eBay and one I got scrapped. do we have a place to put this? Yeah, the other one's got stuff setting on it. Maybe I will just have to use this one. Let me see if I can get the boot disk out of the other... Oh, wait, no, I don't know that the boot disks are cross-compatible. Alright, let me grab the other one. Well, actually, maybe what I'll do is... Alright. Alright, and please bear with me as I try to set this up. Alright. Okay. Basically, it's a serial port protocol analyzer from HP. I don't know how old the thing is, but I gotta hook the pod up to the analyzer. I gotta get a power cable to plug in power to it. It boots from a floppy, and then basically it can show you what's going across the serial port between two devices. So all right. Or in this case, I'm just going to have it show me what it sees being transmitted. Alright, so I think now I should be able to turn it on. And I think it's on. Oh, well... Is it on? No. Oh, well, that's weird. Oh, maybe maybe the smart outlet was on and I just turned it... Oh. Smart outlet was on and I just turned it off. Never mind. There we go. Now it's booting. Yes, Jack says this analyzer device has been waiting a long time to have its moment. Yes, it has been. Alright. So, I am plugging it in to... Okay. All right. So, let's see here. So, basically, someday I'll probably show this off. For now, I just want to try to see if I see any data. But basically, there's a pod that connects to the back of the analyzer because HP. The pod's where the serial port actually connects to. And... Alright. Alright. So given the correct adapters, I'll plug the pod into the serial port on the PC. And... okay, I see on the interface pod, it looks like the DTR and the RTS signals are on. So that would be ready to send and data terminal ready. Although theoretically we should be playing Doom music. Alright, let's see. Alright. So let me set this up. So I think the protocol I want is... let me see here. Let me change the protocol. Oh. Let's see. Let me turn that to... okay, so I want the protocol to be... I think I just want it to be character, async, bit order. Alright, let's see, I think that's fine. Hexate, parity. I don't know. Alright, let's just monitor. Maybe the ports are COM3 or COM4. Well, maybe on the bump bar, yes, but on this PC, I think that's a no. I think on this PC they are COM1 and COM2. However, I'm not... maybe what's marked as COM1 is actually COM2? Because maybe someone swapped the cable at some point? Let me try that, just in case. Just in case. Oh, well, that won't plug in. Alright, hold on, I gotta see if I got an adapter. There we go. Maybe what's labeled as COM2 on this PC is actually COM1. Or maybe not, because... I don't... it doesn't... CDS says a simple logic probe would show high-low, so maybe wrong COM port overall. Yeah. Okay, so the other serial port on this PC... I'm not even seeing data terminal ready and ready to send. Those are off. So... I don't think... although that... hold on. I think I got the... hold on. Let me see if I can go to Certoshop site and see what the serial port settings are. Because... alright. Or I could go to the SoftMPU website, one or the other. Alright. Okay, so I think it's going to be 38.4. All right. Hmm. Okay, I'm trying to find the serial port settings. Alright, fine. Alright, let's see here. Oh, well, that's not going to work. I thought this analyzer could do 38.4, which is the baud rate, but it can only do 19.2. Okay, so I can't use this analyzer to solve my problems. Alright. Which is good. I don't have room for it, really. Okay, there is another possibility, which is disappointing, and now I really can't see the chat, so I apologize. I got too much in front of my monitor. The SoftMPU website does not mention anything about working with Doom. It's got a list of compatible intelligent mode games. I do not see Doom in the list. I took that to mean that if the game wasn't using intelligent mode, then that wouldn't be a problem. Alright, maybe... Alright. Maybe just to rule out... Let's see if the problem is Doom. Let me look at the list of compatible intelligent mode games. I will find one that maybe I already have, which would make it easy to copy real quick. Kind of surprised it doesn't work with Doom. Oh, hi, Sea Turtle. Welcome. Well, at the moment, I'm trying to troubleshoot the SoftMPU, and all right. All right, let's see here. All right. All right, fine. Well, how about we'll use this? Okay. Okay. So let me get the serial analyzer out of the way so that I can get the SD card out of the computer so that I can realize that I probably still have misplaced my adapter. I've got Space Quest 3. That is on the list of compatible games. So, at least... Alright. And it's also a game that I think will run on this computer, so... Alright, let's at least see if we can confirm that SoftMPU is correctly configured. Although, that's probably... Well, there's not going to be much more I'm going to be able to do about this tonight, but... Alright. Now, let me copy Space Quest 3 onto the card. Alright. I guess maybe one thing we can do is benchmark this. Benchmark this new 486 I got to see how performant it is. Alright. If I can find a mini USB cable, I can actually power the MIDI adapter up. I embarrassingly did not notice that it was mini USB. That's going to... Yeah, I have pulled my serial protocol analyzer out in an attempt to see if the MIDI was... Alright, please select your adapter combination. Alright, we are... Well, I sure don't know what the difference between those two are. They look the same. Alright, let's see here. I don't... I don't see MPU in the list. Ah, Loom Sun says Roland MT32 is... okay. Why couldn't they just... Alright. Alright. So... is it... Well, that was anticlimactic. Oops. Oh, there's nothing in there. Well, that's annoying. Alright. Sierra? S... Why couldn't they just do something standard? Alright, let's try it again. SCIV. Well, that took long enough. Alright. So now, let's fire up the oscilloscope, and let's see if I see anything on COM 1. Because it should be playing MIDI music out of COM 1. Oh, wait a minute, that... Okay, I'm having trouble holding my oscilloscope probe. That is definitely serial data. On pin 3, yeah, that's the correct pin. Alright, so... I think... that means I need to try to run Space Quest 3 on the bump bar. All right. Loom Sun, I am one step ahead of you. All right. Oh, hi, Joe. Welcome. Joe got his BBC Micro working in the US. Congratulations. Now, will you fancy a spot of tea on never mind. The British moment ended before I could get everything out of my mouth. All right. Okay. Now that I have confirmed that I have a game that will work with SoftMPU, unfortunately, it is not Doom, because it looks like Doom potentially may not work with SoftMPU, which is a shame. If that is the case. But, all right. Oh, this is one of those restaurant bump bars, like, it's called an OAsys iPad. This Does Not Compute did a video where he got Doom running on it, and I decided I wanted to try to get Doom running with MIDI out on the serial port, but that's where I ran into trouble. So anyways... Alright, let's see if, Space Quest 3 will... Oh, that's right. Let's see if Space Quest 3 will run. I mean, it should. There we go. All right. So by the time the oscilloscope powers up, I should have... It should be playing some MIDI music, so let me flip the board over. Let's see if I can find the side of the... No. I do not know which serial port is which, because they're not marked on it. That information is probably in the manual for the device, which I don't have because I'm not in a restaurant environment. Yeah, the reason why I pulled the 486 on the bench was to see if, to make sure SoftMPU was working. And I had to run Space Quest. Now, granted, maybe I picked the wrong mode in Doom. I don't know which COM port's which, so... Alright. It's not that one. Actually, maybe I should just clip there, because then I get both COM port grounds. Alright. Alright, there we go. There's our serial port. There's our serial out. And that is actually not the pin that I was expecting it to be on. I don't think. Alright, so that is on pin... Oh, hold on. It's on pin 3. Okay. We have partial success. Space Quest 3 is working with SoftMPU. Alright, well, let's... Alright, let's check the settings here. Alright. So, select music card. Did I pick the wrong sound card? Did I want to pick the sound canvas? That's what I was using General MIDI. And it didn't seem to be working. Alright, so let's start a new game. Alright, there should be... Alright, we should have serial data now. So let me power my oscilloscope back up again. Okay, that would be really weird if it... now works, even though I checked all of the... Well, maybe maybe I missed something when I was trying to probe it last time. I gotta try to fix my VGA splitter that auto switches. I need to build an override cable for it, so that I can override it from automatically switching to my oscilloscope when I turn the oscilloscope on. Alright, so that's the pin that should have serial data on it. And I mean, there is definitely not serial data. Okay, I'm gonna try sound canvas config because general MIDI, there's nothing on the serial port. All right. So we should have music playing. Oh, and it wasn't just on this device. I didn't see any serial data on the 486 either on Doom with general MIDI. So and that's a no. Well, 'cause it should be on that pin right there, and there is no serial data on that pin. So getting Doom to run with SoftMPU on the OAsys iPad, I believe that is a failure. Because Doom is... And I don't think it's SoftMPU itself. Because we got Space Quest 3 to send to work with it. Even though we didn't hear anything because I don't have a shielded RJ45 cable to be able to build the serial adapter. Because I didn't realize the ground on the bump bars serial ports was on the shield of the RJ45 connector. This is why I like to have manuals for some weird things like this. Yeah, Doom is not... Yeah, Doom is not working with SoftMPU. So, yeah, I think I have to call that a fail. So, what have we learned tonight? Well, we've learned that, yes, USB booting DOS 622 is fraught with peril when you try to run EMM 386 because the BIOS code that is handling the USB to interrupt 13 conversions, well, it was probably doing something very bad in combination with EMM 386. So, SD card works, but apparently Doom is not working with SoftMPU. So, C-Turtle says, unbelieve. Yeah, I know, it's unbelievable. I mean, I had the oscilloscope on the serial data pin. There is nothing. And yeah, I can't believe it either. I cannot believe that SoftMPU would not be compatible with, like, Doom. That just seems really weird. Let me look at the open issues. You know, maybe I should log an issue with the SoftMPU on the SoftMPU GitHub. I mean, I thought it should work with Doom, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe they'll come back and say, well, it doesn't support intelligent mode, but... Jack says, do you think the RJ45 port is just grounded by the shielding of the case it would be in? Oh, no, Jack, the problem is, for an RS-232 connection, you have to connect 3 signals. Transmit, receive, and ground. The ground for the RS-232 on the bump bar is apparently on the shield of the RJ45 connector on the board. There is no other place on any of the 8 pins where there is a ground connection. Apparently, this thing uses the shield as the ground. So, unfortunately, I have 0 shielded Ethernet cables on hand. That is just not something I ever conceived of needing. Jason, oh, hi, Jason. Jason wonders if there's some diagnostic logging you can enable to see where it is failing. I did not see anything in the instructions. So, I didn't see anything in the instructions, so, unfortunately, I do not know if there is a debug mode. Let me look at the... Unfortunately, I'm going to draw the stream to a close here because we're at midnight. So troubleshooting problem when using a PS2 mouse. Well, that doesn't apply. Problem. Some games expect to find an MPU interface on IRQ2, but my sound card doesn't support it. Solution. Oh, no, that doesn't apply because we're not using a sound card. Let's see, SoftMPU can't find a hardware MPU interface, so that's not applicable because we're using the serial option. Nope, that's not it. Music playback stops working after running a specific program. Restart your PC. Software that reprograms the real-time clock will stop SoftMPU from working correctly. Well, I don't think that's the case. No, I don't see anything in the instructions about any debug mode, so... That's kind of... Oh, hi, Jeremy. Welcome. Unfortunately, didn't have any regrets tonight, Jeremy, because I wanted to show off the new improved Wheel of Regrets animation. I took your voiceover and improved the video part of it. So, but unfortunately, I didn't receive anything from eBay to be able to play it, so we'll just have to wait. Oh, great. Jeremy's sending me a potential eBay regret here. No, that will not, no, that won't work with the bump bar. You can't use one of those USB adapters from DOS. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to use there's no way to use it in DOS. There are no DOS drivers for it. They don't, and they don't have Sound Blaster compatibility, so there is no I would... The closest I would be able to do with something like that is attempt to get Windows 9X running on it, but it would have to be a version that supports the USB audio standard, so I think 98 might be able to do it. But I believe Colin of This Does Not Compute tried to get 98 running on one of these, and it will not run on it, so yeah. Thomas says, my eBay regrets will be late with Canada Post on strike. Oh, no. No, I don't think Windows 95 OSR 2.5 supports the correct USB interface standard. There's like a... unfortunately, that device has very poor information on their package, so I can't tell exactly what USB driver it's going to use, but there is a USB audio standard that's like part of the USB spec. I don't remember what the exact name of it is, but a lot of these low-end sound cards that are compatible with like 20 bazillion operating systems, like the ones that say they'll go back to Mac OS like 7.6 or something like that, or maybe it's 8.1. Those are using that USB audio spec that's like in the USB standard. I don't think Windows 95 supports that one. So yeah, and Colin tried to get Windows 98 to run on one of these things, and it would not run. I think the problem is, or actually, I don't think he got it installed. The problem is these things are like, so the BIOS on these things are so gimped that you really can't install the OS using an installer that's running on it. So anyways, well, yeah, Jeremy, the Windows 95 CD says with USB support, but the audio standard that I'm referring to that's in the USB spec did not exist when Windows 95 Service Pack 2 came out. It didn't exist. I think it came out before, after that version of Windows 95, but before Windows 98. I think Windows 98 supports it, but not 95. I don't think there are any drivers available for 95 to put it there. I could be wrong, but... Oh no, K-Rad. Hi, K-Rad. There's a post on Vogons with the same exact issue you're having, by the way. They also found that no games with 32-bit extenders like DOS4GW worked with SoftMPU on their industrial SBC. Jason says it's commented out, so you need a special build to test. Oh... And on that disappointing bombshell of a note, I think it's time to end the stream. Yes. The Doom is using a 32-bit extender. It's probably punting EMM 386 out the airlock. When it runs, it's taking over for EMM 386, which is why SoftMPU is not working. Yep. Yeah, Jack says USB audio class. Yes, that's what I was trying to think of. Is 98. Sea Turtle says NT. Jeremy says if only we could wire in an ISA slot. Well, Jeremy, more power to you if you can wire an ISA slot to a system on chip that doesn't support ISA. Unfortunately, I actually, anticipating that question, looked up the specs of the system on chip that's on this thing. It's the version that they completely punted. There is no ISA support in the system on chip. Not that there is any way to get to the pads on the system on chip from the bottom side of the board. It's a BGA chip. But unfortunately, no, I think it actually doesn't even support PCI either. I mean, it could be wrong. It might support PCI, but the other thing is, Jeremy, there's no way to get to the pins on it. So there's, I mean, okay, yes, there are ways to get to them. Yes, you could probably tell me that there's always ways to get to the pins. You just dead bug the system on chip. I am trying to do this in a way that anyone could do with their own bump bar, and expecting someone to dead bug the system on chip so you could hack in a PCI slot is kind of defeating the purpose of trying to do something anyone could do. Yeah, it's using the Vortex 86EX, and but PCI doesn't really help because there's not a PCI card that I could use with this that would actually support Sound Blaster support, because all of the PCI cards that support Sound Blaster require a chipset that has some specific DMA modes in it that pretty much left the building in okay, that is very interesting. So I went to the website, the Vortex 86 SoC website. The website mentions ISA, but they put an X in front of it, which I'm pretty sure I looked it up, and oh, they're calling it an X-ISA bus interface. Okay, I don't know what that is, but I sure thought I looked it up, and somewhere I saw that this version of the system on chip had removed ISA support. So I don't know what they're referring to by X-ISA. I'm looking at the block diagram of it, and I'm wondering if by X-ISA they're really referring to like a low pin count header, but I don't even know if there's enough data to even figure out where that might be. But anyways, my goal was to try to do something that anyone could replicate, and having to hack in a connector that is not present on this board, given the fact that the system on chip is a BGA chip, is kind of well beyond what I deemed as fair to do. Also, well, I can't download the datasheet to even humor my curiosity, because there's they're requiring me to give them my name and email address and company name and whatnot. No, I'm not giving that to them, so curiosity will just have to stay for that. Jason says if it's for Doom, then it's worth it. Well, but I wanted people to be able to replicate it, so. Jeremy says, if this idea is a wash, there's always trying it out on a point-of-sale system. Yeah. Jack says, it looks like the Vortex 86SX had ISA, but later revisions of the chip don't. Jeremy says, BGA is DOS Dude 1 territory. Yeah, I am pretty sure that when I actually found a summary of the different system on chips that wasn't their website, I am pretty sure that I saw that, like, this did not have ISA in it. But yeah, I didn't want to have to try to hack in an ISA slot, because at that point, it's a whole nother project. That wasn't what I was trying to do. I was trying to get Doom to run with MIDI sound as it is, and apparently SoftMPU is getting flushed out of the airlock when Doom runs its DOS extender. Or SoftMPU or EMM386. Well, I don't know that flushed out the airlock's the right term, but the DOS extender that Doom is running is overriding EMM386. So it's probably turning EMM386 off and then doing its own thing. But anyways, I wanted to try to run it without having to try to hack in an expansion slot, because that's just not... That's more than I wanted to go through, and I wanted people to be able to replicate it, and I can't... I didn't want to do a project that only DOS Dude 1 could replicate. Although, if DOS Dude 1's watching and he wants to like, maybe give it a stab at putting an ISA slot on it, well, he can reach out to me. Anyways, so yeah, apparently, if I'd only searched the right thing on the Vogons forums, I would have realized that it wasn't going to work, and, well, I probably wouldn't have ordered the MIDI module and serial adapter from Certashop, but I guess, in the logical conclusion of this Doom series, that not Thursday. I'll try to figure out what to do on Thursday. I haven't decided yet. But I guess I will have to do a live stream where I play Doom using a normal PC, and we'll set up MIDI on a normal PC and maybe try this wavetable module out so that at least I can see what it sounds like to play Doom with it. Jeremy says this Doom project was doomed at the start. Yeah, apparently so. Anyway, yeah. Oh, Jack found a link here. Which is loading very slowly. Okay. Yeah, it's the Vortex 86 fact sheet from the 86 Duino project. And let's see here. That's the... All right, well, I'm going to save the data sheet. I may look it over later. Anyways, I'm going to draw the stream to a close. I'm kind of getting tired, and there's... As much as I would like to show you the thing that was donated to the channel, I kind of... Well, we've run out of time, so I'll have to show it off Thursday. Anyways, so I guess tonight we took a look at the items I bought from Marketplace. Well, 2 of the 3 items. I don't have the video card to try out the 2-page display. Jason says, PC speaker Doom on a 486SX was how I first experienced Doom. Yeah, I know, but I wanted the MIDI soundtrack. So, we took a look at the 486 and the Power Mac that I bought on Marketplace. At least, the Power Mac, Garth's going to send me some VRAM, so I'll actually be able to test it, because it had no VRAM in it, so... That's probably why it did what it did for the seller, and probably how I managed to get a good deal on it. It has no VRAM. The 486, well, booting it from the hard drive, it was locking up, but I didn't have any trouble using it to install DOS a couple times, so I'm wondering if the DOS install is corrupted that's on that hard drive, so maybe I just need to reinstall DOS, so more on that later. And then we tried to get Doom running with MIDI, but figured out that, well, SoftMPU is just not going to work with Doom because it has a 32-bit extender. And, well, I guess that's where we ended up. Anyways, I would like to thank you all for joining me tonight for this adventure, even if it did end in doom for the hope that it would actually work. Don't forget to smash that like button to let the YouTube algorithm know you like content like this. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Thursday, I haven't decided what we're going to look at yet. Maybe I will finally... I was wanting to do something for Packvember, so maybe we're going to look at Packard Bell on Thursday, just because it is Packvember and I at least wanted to do something for that. So stay tuned. I'll probably decide tomorrow, or later today. Looking at the time, it'll be later today. I'll decide. So with that, I hope everyone has a great rest of your day. Jeremy says, no, remember. Jeremy's probably hoping I'll pick another topic. Maybe. I don't know. I may pick something else, but I do know that I have a potential eBay regret related to the Packard Bell that I don't think I bought. Oh, Jeremy says it's a Xanth reference, which I did not get, obviously. I do have a potential regret related to the Packard Bell I want to look at, but since I did not receive it recently, I didn't bother. That's why I haven't shown it on Wheel of Regrets, because it's like something I bought, but it was a while ago. So anyways, I think we might look at that Thursday, because I'd kind of like to maybe know if that item actually works, and maybe get the Packard Bell back up and running. So with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for joining me, being cool in the chat, giving me some moral support as I tried to do something that apparently was not possible. But sometimes you gotta try the cool ideas and you fail, but we'll just try something cool in the future. So with that, let me make sure I've got my finger in the right place. Have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.